everybody, it's me, Valerie Valkyrie, flying in from the top rope.
And I'm here too, for the grand finale.
The grand finale.
It's
final
here, guys. It only took us 3 goddamn years.
Yeah, we started in, what, 2023?
I want to say so?
That or the end of 2022.
Yeah, one of the two. Here, I've got to pull up the chat, because I forgot to do that. Thanks, Umbran.
Nice hat. I can't believe it's ending after all these years, right?
Yeah.
It feels like it's not
gonna be really surreal. Yeah, it's like now whenever we collab, we're not gonna be like, oh, do you want to do Great Ace Attorney this weekend?
I know. It's just gonna be
weird.
like, do you want to be depressed cops this weekend?
Do you want to see Kim Kitsuragi again? Want to hang out with that guy?
You want to be a disco cop?
Yeah. Want to disco some Elysiums or whatever the hell happens in that game?
The most I know about that game, even though I have played a little bit of it, is that the one kid sounds like that one Vine, or not Vine, that one TikTok where the girl's like, Calypso, screw your dad, fucking mingin.
Calypso Paradise Punch Lemonade, it is fucking minging.
It is fucking mingin.
It's minging, it's fucking minging. My one regret with this Great Ace Attorney playthrough was that I was not able to find a character to give that voice to.
Right? We were both
like, I wanted there to just be some shitty little kid. Like the one from case 3 of the first Ace Attorney. Like, I wanted there to be some shitty little kid that I could give that "it is fucking minging" voice to.
Alas. But maybe in the last little bit of this game it's gonna happen. There's a chance.
That is true. They could just introduce a new character right at the end and be like, oh, you want to learn more about this freak? Better play the sequel, fucker.
Yeah, who knows?
Play our sequel, or else. It's the last one. I had to pull out all the stops.
Exactly. It's the grand finale, the finale of the season.
Exactly. Like, we will be playing the second one, but we're gonna take some time and play something else first.
Yeah. Because
we have had this game, like, hanging over our heads for the last, like, 2 years, at least.
Yeah.
It's been a hot minute.
It's been so long. This game came out in 2021.
Oh god, and we played it not long after it came out.
Oh, fuck. No, we haven't been playing since 2021. No.
We might have.
No.
We might have been. It's a possibility is the fucked up thing.
With that, let's get into the game then, shall we?
Yeah, before this existential crisis gets any worse.
You know what would have been funny?
What?
If, like, instead of streaming this today, we did something else, and then we waited to stream the end of this in, like, 2030.
I was thinking that you were gonna say New Year's Eve 2025. We're gonna finish up this game December 31st, 2025. It's the box. What's in the box? What's in the box?
So this is the article in question, is it?
I'm gonna miss the judge.
The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGill 2 months ago.
And on the night of Mr. Wendebank's murder. committing to the bit would be quitting before the final decision and coming back in 2026.
The only
You
item.
can do that if you want.
I think I would go
The
insane,
stream's not over
actually.
yet. yeah. I don't think I'd be able to handle that.
The only item on the shelf that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick! Let's open it and see what's inside!
That wasn't her voice, but that's okay. It's a music
Oh.
box. Do you think it plays the discs?
Oh, it probably plays the disc.
Good gracious! This is no ordinary box, it seems.
Wow, although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case.
Did you? We've been in your brain this whole time, and I don't remember you thinking something like that. And I sure as hell
Yeah,
didn't.
exactly. I mean, it does make sense though, because there's been so much like hoopla over this music box disc.
Mhm.
Imagine if it plays the disc and then it's like, oh, this is actually in Morse code.
It's just a voice recording.
Somehow it's a fucking Victorian voice recording of McGilded going like, ah, yes, I did all the murders.
It was so fun when I murdered all those people. Ha 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 ha, I'm evil.
I love burning down orphanages for sport.
This is the first blog, or vlog.
The first vlog was fucking set up by Willy Wonka's distant cousin to fucking catalog all of the times he has murdered people and burned down orphanages. You know what? I would watch it.
You'd watch that vlog?
I'd watch that vlog. Just to see what the fuck is going on in that guy's head. Oh, we have a chance. We have one more chance for Van Zykes to just fucking throw that wine bottle directly into the audience behind him.
He wouldn't do that.
Oh, he might. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement.
Then, is it too much to expect?
I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord.
Ramble,
Ooh.
ramble. I forgot that Ryunosuke just has a sword in court.
Yeah,
I keep
they just
forgetting
let him
he
do
just
that.
has that.
I mean, it makes more sense in the past than it would if he was like carrying it around in modern time. But then again, they do let Franziska into court with a whole ass whip.
Yeah, and in one of the Apollo Justice games, there is a guy who also there's a prosecutor who has a katana as well, and he actually cuts people with it.
Oh, awesome!
So there's
Oh,
that.
is that Black Quill guy who's also like he's actually on fucking death row, and they're like, yeah, we'll still let you do court.
Yeah, we'll let you do court with a weapon. Yeah.
Awesome! We'll let you cut people in court. That's fine.
We're sure you won't commit any crimes anymore, anyway.
Yeah, you would never. Yeah, it's like, why would you do that? You're already on death row. It's not like you don't have anything to lose.
So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc, deposited at Windibanks at much the same time.
Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc.
Whose was it?
It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. Alright, so to be like that Mason guy.
Right.
But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded?
Excuse me? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music box on the disc, my lord. The music on the disc. But
Very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Hold it. Wait, my lord.
Oh, right, they were like conspiring with each other.
They were.
Good grief! What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case.
Sir, do you think we are stupid?
Do you think that we are dumb?
Out of everything that is important to this case, I think the music box and the disc might be the most important.
Yeah, exactly, because it seems like a guy may have gotten murdered over these things. Now, no need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Gregson, did you do it?
I think... Oh, fuck, wouldn't that be a twist?
Objection! This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened.
The prosecution has no objection.
To me or to him?
Yeah, like, to Gregson's thing or to Ryunosuke? But no! That piece of evidence is police property! Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no answers unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening.
No further delays, please. Play the disc.
Yeah!
Somebody once told me the world was gonna roll me.
It is Morse code, isn't it?
Oh, 100%. And we have the Morse code lady here.
Oh, we fucking do!
And Eggert works at the Morse code place.
He sure fucking does!
What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music.
No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence.
Oh. Oh, he's losing it.
Mr. Graydon!
This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken.
Oh no, it's not, you fucker.
Broken? It can't be!
I can't believe the judge is a hater of ska. Did you know Gwen Stefani got her start in a ska band?
Hell yeah.
I didn't make that up, actually. That's real.
Damn.
Well, obviously, in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom.
Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues.
Sir.
Sir.
Are you ready to move on, counsel?
Come on. Yes, all right. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emitting from the music box possibly be a new clue?
He said that out loud, by the way.
He did say that out loud. I did see his lips move.
It's a clue.
No way.
I believe it could be relevant, my lord.
Good lord! But how can it be? It's an abomination, Council. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever.
It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there, chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge.
If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case?
It's the defense's belief that the sound emitting from this music box is...
broken.
Not supposed to be music.
Yeah. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music.
Oh,
Look at that. That smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what they say. You're acting just like early, Bruno.
Objection. The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend.
Well,
Surely you have an idea in mind? Because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument.
exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness.
they've got me. I don't know what the answer is, yet. Rudo?
Our favorite pose, where he just stares at you, stupidly.
Stares directly into the camera.
I've just examined the music box very thoroughly.
Is that how he's supposed to be staring at her?
Maybe?
Just with that dumb look on his face? Like, why does he look so dumb? They could have made him do any expression.
They could have. They didn't. They were like, no, this is fine.
Mm-hmm. This is our protagonist.
And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris.
Oh my god, we know what it is. We already know what it is. Please let us just choose.
You know what it is?
All right,
Please.
well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical.
we don't even get to choose
Wait, have
it.
we tried looking at the music box while cross-eyed yet?
Could it be?
I stole that from Umbrance in the chat.
Is that what these sounds are?
You have 50 minutes until you're allowed to touch the puzzle.
Something just struck me, Rono.
I will say, we've played all of this game, right? They really don't want you to solve any of the puzzles or... Like, the game really does just play itself most of the time.
It kind of does, and it has kind of worked out in our favor because it means that, like, even if we come back from a hiatus to play this, like, it doesn't change anything.
That's true.
I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes.
Were they expecting this to be, like, Baby's first Ace Attorney?
It could be, since it's the first in the timeline. A la, like, Yakuza 0,
Maybe.
even though you shouldn't play Yakuza 0 first if you're trying to get into Yakuza.
Yeah,
But everybody does anyway.
everybody does anyways.
Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing.
And then we have to point to, like, the lady on the stand who has the Morse code machine.
I'm going to
Yeah,
have
either that or just, like, submit her her profile as evidence.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel?
All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now.
The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation.
All right. This could be the best chance I've got to get to fight back in this trial. I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sound on the music box disc is...
I'm saving just because every now and then we think we're presenting the right thing and it's actually the same thing but in a different picture.
Yeah,
And we have a perfect run going.
we do have a perfect run. We can't be fucking it up now. We can't fuck it up in the finale. Okay. Is there anything here that mentions... Oh, wait. Go back. Go back to today's paper. This morning's paper contains an article about government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies.
Oops.
Maybe that's what the disc was.
That might be
I mean, if you
looking too
flip it
far
over.
ahead.
Maybe, yeah. Oh, communications being intercepted. And fucking Eggman works at a communications company.
Yeah, I don't think it's the newspaper.
Yeah.
No, we can't switch to profile, so it's something in here.
Mm-hmm.
It's the metal disc.
Yeah, we'll just show them the disc and be like, yeah, take a look at this. Would it be in Susado's notes? Because we haven't really used those yet.
Anything that mentions Morse code.
Hmm.
It's my armband.
Your Honor, you need to trust me because I'm a lawyer.
Is there a Morse code machine in this? Like...
This sucks. Like, I know what the answer is. I don't know what we're supposed to present to show that.
Right?
Brand says, Your Honor, I have two anime girls in my head telling me the words Morse code over and over. The only thing I can think to present is that newspaper. Because then maybe we can say like, oh yeah, it's part of this like scheme to send information to other countries for money. And then they'll be like, well, how can you do that with a music box? What does that have to do with a music box?
I'm
and
so
then we'll get
used
like a multiple chance answer.
to being able to like present like people. Witnesses.
Take that!
So Vesna's just yelling in the other room, and I don't know why.
Oh.
Vesta, what are you doing? All right, she's quiet now.
Today's paper council? The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pick Purse Blunder. Hardly supportive of your case.
No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page.
Further down, Ministry Mall. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter, being investigated at the highest level, I understand.
I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries.
That one guy on the stand is going to be like, yes, they are. I know, because I'm doing it. I'm getting it. I'm helping.
I am the one doing it. Please, do not send me to prison.
And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams?
Of course.
Juror number 5, your input, please.
Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter?
You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not?
Yes, that's correct.
And that particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports.
Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important.
Then tell me, is this not a familiar sound?
You don't mean to say, is it?
That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code.
Yeah!
But-
listening to the anime girls in your head!
I don't believe it! Anime girls are real? Dun dun dun.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer.
Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? I mean, it would explain why everyone's making such a goddamn fuss over it.
Really?
Order! Order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment.
Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? And what is capital punishment?
I like how the mouse looks at the turning pages.
He's trying to learn English too.
That's so cute.
The mouse is sentient.
The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know, actually.
For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price.
Is that why McGilded was so rich?
Yes.
Might have been.
And on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus.
But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery.
My lord!
In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country,
It would reveal an act of high treason, punishable by death.
so the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon?
You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous.
So in response to the defense's accusations, you claim complete innocence, do you?
Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while the pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection. And then by all means, counter the charges, sir.
Receiving the death sentence is gonna put a bit of a damper on the Skulkin Brothers Cross Eggert ship.
You're right. But imagine the angst.
Yeah, the angst. They can go visit him in prison.
Yeah.
They'll both, like, put their hands up against the glass.
Should not be a funny mental image, but considering... It's specifically thinking of the little one doing that, like the short guy. Like, just his head is poking up over the like, table that they have you sit at.
The tall brother is lifting the little brother. And then they switch places because they're both in a relationship with him.
Man, the world's most doomed polycule in Victorian London. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense.
Why don't we just, like, get the lady to tell us what the Morse code says?
Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, if it is, like, government secrets, they probably don't want those getting revealed in the middle of a courtroom.
That's true, especially with a guy who's, like, obviously involved.
Yeah, exactly.
Delighted, I'm sure.
The witnesses reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker Mr. Windibank. That being a most...
Legidius?
most
I've never
bad
seen this word
offense,
before.
for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. It's probably worse, in my opinion. So much worse than murder.
Hello, I.
Hello,
I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon.
He's like in the same position as a blonde girl.
What now?
The blonde girl, our defendant, because
Oh, yeah.
we made her confess to a different crime, so she won't be charged
Yeah.
with this crime.
Mm-hmm.
So then let us proceed.
Huh?
Oh,
Yep.
hold it.
You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say.
I beg your pardon? Why are you guys even still here?
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is this guy's boyfriend.
My name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. I'm also his boyfriend.
Just to make that clear. That's right. We're what they call the
The three Skulkin brothers.
Why are you still trying to get me in on this?
No, he's totally one of them. His mustache is the same. His hair's the same.
You know, you are right. However, bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing.
Also, the fact that Gregson is obviously involved now.
Yeah.
That was it?
Okay, we're just gonna go right into this. All right.
We just wanted to remind the people of the court that we are still here.
We are still here, and we are still his boyfriends.
Graydon's counter. Now kiss.
A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code, and there's nobody else in this courtroom who could prove that. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway. Was it not? I've no relation to that man.
Look, all we've done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do.
If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
What the fuck is a polycule?
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Skulkin.
What, Mr. Fuck, this guy's voice changes every line. What, Mr. Will do, Governor? What's up? What's up?
He really hit him with a what's up.
He really did.
What's up, Doc?
Do I take it that you are now admit to the crime? That you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so as a party of three, in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here.
Oh, we won. We won the
He
case.
did kind of just say all of that, huh? I wonder if we're not even gonna get to cross-examine that one.
We did, Gov.
Gov. We
We did. Put them down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to.
You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business.
Well, he sounds like Gregson.
Like I said, his voice changes every line.
I think
I can't help it.
he needs a bit more wah. Wah, wah.
Needs
Like,
a bit more wah.
yeah.
You never said enough. No, that's just Gregson. The issue is I'm kind of doing a wah voice for
That's
Gregson.
true. That is true. Well, they are brothers. So.
They are brothers.
My
I'll
defense,
try and
Your
do
Honor.
like a British Gregson.
My defense, Your Honor, is that I did it.
That really is what they're doing right now. Which, I mean, to be fair, though, like, before they thought, oh, we're gonna be in jail, and now the judge is like, oh, yes, this is capital punishment. We will be killing whoever the fuck we figured out did this. Like, I get it. They're like, yeah, no, if it's between jail and getting hanged, like, no, we're going to jail. That's fine. That's fine. We'll take prison.
I like how
Yeah,
his mustache clips through his lip.
Yeah. It sure does do that. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job.
What about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he?
Hello.
Nice to know who your friends are.
Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations.
Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit, it entered the court record as evidence.
The small music box has
Alright.
been entered into the court record.
This strange music box only appears to be able to play a single note. It was deposited at Wendabank's 2 days before the Wendabank overcode. Why did they make a specific music box to only play one note when they could have just made the disc one note?
It was probably to just make the disc look more real because, like, when you look at the disc, it's almost like there are a bunch of notes that just aren't being played. So it could be that that disc would play music if it was on, like, any other music box. But on this one specifically, you can hear the Morse code through it.
Oh, I see. They are smart.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that's what that's what's going on here. I'm gonna break myself off another piece of this chocolate bar. Hell yeah.
Hold it! So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted?
How could I possibly know?
What do you mean by that?
Any
do you mean by this,
important
sir?
government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information.
I think this is you. This is the lady in the stand.
Oh no, stop! Must say something, stop! Oh right, she does say stop after everything.
Mm-hmm.
Let me guess. Juror number 5.
We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the military. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader.
That's, fascinating. You just lied on the stand, sir.
Brayden is a highly skilled operator stop, currently in presence of an idol stop.
Oh no! She's a fangirl!
That's the first stand.
First stand, and she's on the stand.
Oh, it's a
Hey.
poetry rhyme.
Hell yeah, hell yeah.
So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon.
Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent
Enciphered.
and ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them.
Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team.
I love how everyone in the courtroom is like just calling him out on his lies as soon as he says them.
Really?
This is awesome. I wish this happened in every Ace Attorney game.
He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. I like how he says the same thing every time. I don't even have
He
to
has
do
no
my
idea
job
what the fuck is
anymore.
going on.
Graydon is highly skilled operator stop, currently in presence of an idol stop.
Well, your idol would appreciate it if you kept your mouth shut.
She should really pick her idols more carefully.
I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded.
So, we're not gonna have him add that to the court record or anything, Judge?
No, he's just allowed to lie in court.
Wow, I can't believe
Just
this
making an
upstanding
exception for
citizen
him.
would ever stoop to doing crime. Surely he must be innocent.
Because you really think that he would do that? Go on international telegram communications lines and tell lies?
Besides the sound produced by that music box, aren't even Morse code. Okay, and she's gonna be like, "It is though. It is. I can tell."
She is.
Hold
I'm
it!
waiting for it.
They're not!
To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds.
Of course, of course.
Charlie, it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code.
Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance.
I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir.
A lesson? Here in court?
Morse code is
Like
a
the second one.
yeah, really, is a continuous series of two distinct tones.
Tones, you say?
Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters.
I see.
For example, this is A. And this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by the music box, you only hear one tone, don't you?
But it sounds so familiar. The rhythm of it is the same and everything.
But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. Is there going to be a second music box disc?
I think there is. We listened to one already.
Oh,
We listened to
wait,
another
you're
one.
right. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code.
No!
Really, you shouldn't be so surprised.
Did I actually get, like, fucked up by pressing?
Maybe.
What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in future.
Stop. Nothing to say but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris?
I mean, if the government's secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box,
So many other things would slot into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code?
Give it a try.
I just realized we didn't.
Yeah, we didn't really examine this at all.
This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it? Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth on the comb are different lengths so that each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. Well, what does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. But I've never seen a music box like it before. Yes, it is strange, a music box that can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely.
Surely.
Maybe there's something on the bottom? Oh? Wait.
Oh.
Oh!
What is it, Runo?
I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens as well.
Oh, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it.
All right then, here goes.
Whoa!
Another music box.
2.
2?
Look at that. There's another movement on the inside.
So does that mean you can set another disc to play back at on the same side?
Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together.
They're linked.
So if you had 2 discs, they would both play back at the same time.
There is a second disc. We're so fucking smart.
Who'd have thought there would be a second movement on the inside of the box?
And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length.
So this movement also only produces a single tone like the other one.
Yes, it must do. That was that a weird way to say that?
No, I think it's just a British way to say it.
I see. Except that the length of the teeth on the 2 combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by the movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard.
What?
Basically, each movement can only produce a single note.
But the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play 2 tones.
All right.
Whoa. Whoa. I'm gonna save though.
It's a
just in case.
2-zick box. But Music box 2.
There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection. Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required. Dots and dashes.
What if I told you?
Yeah, we just looked at the bottom of the music box and we figured out some shit that your dumbass didn't.
I have something very funny to say to you, Van Zykes.
Yes, I'm well aware of that.
Then what?
Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, Counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into the Morse code?
We go under, and we do a really fun party trick.
We have to go through all this again.
No!
Why would it do this?
They may not have expected us to actually, like, look at it in the court record.
But then why give us the option?
Yeah. Oh, right, presenting is a different button.
Oh.
Ah!
Remember Venom Snake's vape that he had that let him time travel in the 80s?
I haven't thought about that in so long. I can't even remember the last time we fucking talked about this, but I do remember fucking Venom Snape's time traveling vape.
It would be really funny to push examine a third time.
Good gracious! What am I looking at? Another movement on the inside of the music box?
What?
What? Is this allowed?
Is that allowed? What the fuck? Is that allowed?
Stop. It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together.
I forgot to grab a water. Is it okay if we go and
I
be
did
right back
too.
for like 2 seconds and grab waters?
Yeah, that's fine. I need to grab water too.
Okay.
Hell yeah, hell yeah.
I don't know why this happens every time now. I don't know what causes this. Okay.
For getting water?
No, whenever I go to the game screen, I'm in like the top corner of the stream. I don't know why. I have to hide the game window, which I'm not even in that folder. So I have to hide the game window folder and turn it back on. And then I go back to my corner.
Damn. OBS is just
Moist.
teleporting you for fun.
It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together.
Oh my god, my drink is so... I don't know how to describe it. It's got
Like,
taste.
good? Bad?
It is good, it just tastes different than usual.
Ah, I see.
It's my
What are you
strawberry...
drinking? Because I just...
Strawberry Aki refresher.
Ah, okay.
They're so good. They are so good. But I
Oh,
always
yeah.
make... I think this time I made... No, I did put 3 in it. Because I make it in a Keurig. So it's the little Keurig cups. And I put 3 in. And I do think they are caffeinated. So I don't know how good they are for me. So I don't drink them that often.
Makes sense.
Especially since to fill a glass, I have to use 3.
Yeah. At that point, like, you're verging on energy drink territory, probably.
It doesn't taste caffeinated, though. And I don't get, like... I don't feel caffeinated. Maybe they're very lightly caffeinated. I'm gonna
Could
convince
be, 'cause
myself
I know that,
it's
like,
that.
yeah, it could be, because, like, black teas and stuff are technically caffeinated, but they have, like, a fifth of the caffeine of, like, a cup of coffee.
That's true, that's true. Yeah, I'm gonna assume it's like that.
Yeah,
They're
that
so
sounds the
good,
most
though.
realistic.
If you have a Keurig, you should get these off of Amazon, because I think that's, like, the only place you can get them, unless they have them at, like, Keurig stores. I don't think they do.
Yeah, I don't have a Keurig. I don't know these things.
They're, like, super cheap now.
Are they?
I think this one I got is, like, a little bit fancy, because technically it does cold drinks, but not really. You could just get one that only does hot drinks and still make this. I just put it in the fridge after it's made.
Yeah, fair enough.
And it was like...
I know that you were bringing that up on, like, a past stream, is, like, your Keurig says it does cold drinks, but they're really, like, just less hot drinks.
Yeah, it brews super, super hot, and then it just turns off the heater for the rest of the water. So it's still hot.
Yeah.
It melts all the ice that you put in the cup. So then you have to put more ice in it.
Yeah, and then it just waters it down.
But technically you could buy, like, the cups and then just, like, put it in water. Just, like, open the cup.
Yeah, you could.
And pour it in your water.
Yeah, I used to do that sometimes with the Keurig hot chocolates.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because for a while in high school, I preferred it whenever I would make, like, hot chocolate in, like, a little pot on the stove.
With
so
milk.
I would just, yeah, with milk. Because you need, I feel like with any kind of hot chocolate mix, you need to put it in milk. Like, if you put it in water, it's just not the same.
Yeah, it's not as good. Though I will say, I like the Starbucks Keurig hot chocolate made with, like, just out of the Keurig, and then I just put a whole bunch of whipped cream on top, so it's like adding milk to it.
Yeah, fair enough.
I put, like, a mountain of whipped cream on top. And chocolate sauce. Ooh!
Oh,
Ooh.
that sounds good. You know what? I think I have, like, a little bit of Laura Secord hot chocolate left in my cupboard.
Ooh, yummy!
I need to get whipped cream and do that.
Yeah, it's the best.
It appears...
Alright, well, I'll mark that down on my list of things to get when I get groceries next week.
Hell yeah. It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together.
You have to get the chocolate sauce, too. It's so good. Oh, I grabbed the wrong...
I do have to get the chocolate sauce.
I grabbed the wrong video game controller.
Oh, no.
In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box. and the sounds of both will play at the same time.
Thus making Morse code.
I almost read him as the judge.
As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message.
This is beyond a joke.
I'm sorry?
This poor excuse of a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support this claim.
We do have evidence. We just showed it.
I just showed
Lies.
you the music box, dickhead.
No, of course. If my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, do we have a second disc?
I can't at the moment.
And may I remind the court that as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brick maker.
Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it.
Just wanna
Wait, how old is Van Zykes? Just a sec. Wait. Okay. For a second, I thought it said he was 23, and I was about to go, what the fuck? Oh fuck, the Skulkin brothers are both 26 and 27. They should be at the club.
I love. Look at their descriptions.
Oh, perfect. I thought you were switching between the two just to see him like squash and stretch.
I thought that they would have the brick guy in here. And then we'd find out that he has like the same last name as this guy, because isn't his name like actually a nickname or something?
Yeah, his name is like Thrice Fired Mason or something, and then his like real name is something else.
Mason
Milverton. Yeah, no, that doesn't help us. Maybe it's in the fucking like manuscript, because we have not had to touch that like once.
Though it has holes, I must admit, the argument presented by the defense has much promise.
This is like the first time we haven't had to like explicitly be like, Judge, here's exactly how it works, and I'm showing you it working. Like, he actually is sort of like, yeah, that's actually, that sounds like it could be a thing, actually, dude.
Yeah. Congrats to the judge for finally doing his job.
And like,
never thought we'd see the day.
Out of every game, this is like the first time that's happened, I think.
Could be.
I believe the
The
cross-examination
judge is actually on our side.
Yeah. He hates that guy.
Yeah.
The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere, but I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno.
You will have to reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon.
No, I don't think I will. Though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination.
Imagine if he no and then walked away. Like, there was a whole animation for him opening up those big doors in the back and everything.
I would love that.
It just goes awkwardly silent and all you hear are his footsteps.
I have no relation to the man. So, he has to have a relation to him.
He must have a relation with that man.
Hold it! So 2 months ago, in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc.
Wait, wasn't there people on top of...
Yeah, there were the two guys on the top of the omnibus.
And we know both of them.
Yeah. And then there was like the guy.
One that we didn't
There was the
know.
guy driving it. He was like the third witness, and then the fourth was Gina Lestrade.
Right.
Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name.
He had no bitches.
Seems he got absolutely zero bitches. I have word that he was completely, and I quote, maidenless. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago. People there remember little about him.
That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information?
Indeed. How?
There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason. In order to take it to the meeting with Mr. McGilded and negotiate a deal.
I wonder who that could be.
Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that.
An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together.
If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony.
All we've done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do.
Hold it! Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean?
That's it, yeah? Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years. The rotter had a dodgy job for us. Eh, Ash?
Wait, is his first name Ashley? What's this guy's first name?
Hey, go to the court record. Go to people.
Oh, yeah. Ashley.
Yeah, his name is
Okay.
Ashley.
Like Evil Dead.
Like Evil Dead.
Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say?
Oh, he did say that.
Yep.
He's the fourth brother.
Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
Yeah, we're his boyfriends. Didn't you hear us at the beginning of all this? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China.
Excuse me?
I don't think we've seen his happy animation before.
Yeah, I don't think we have. It was cute.
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin?
Eh?
No, the other Mr. Skulkin.
Who me? Who me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when.
Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, and that brick guy, we were all best friends.
Why do you have a pair now?
Where did you get that from?
Where did you get that?
Was that just
Sir?
in your ass the whole time?
Think about him eating something that was in his ass. It could have just been inside his suit somehow.
Nash, did you lay this egg?
Did you lay this pair
Yeah, with
in
Ash.
the middle of court?
I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. And now I have an
And now the
apple.
little one has an apple.
Is that so?
Is Mr. Graydon just gonna pull out a banana? Is that where this is going?
Oh, and Gregson's got his fish.
Yo!
It's all connected, dude.
Fish is basically a fruit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, close enough.
Just
it's
like
a
how
fruit of the sea.
capybara are fish. Capybara are
Yeah,
fish.
they're legally
Fish are
considered
fruit.
fish.
Well, he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads.
Oh, blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run?
Nash's eyes are just looking in both directions. I feel like
He's doing the opposite. He's doing the opposite of the stereoscope.
maybe that's the way you're supposed to do it, and that's why we couldn't do it at all.
Oh,
That's
maybe.
why it never worked for us.
That was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. Okay, but I think it might have a little bit to
Yeah,
do
dude.
with what's going on here, Van
Yeah.
Zykes. I
They've
think
just said they've
maybe
known
just a little bit.
they've known him their whole lives.
And neither does your fruit. Okay, so we're gonna protest to fucking fruit in the courtroom, but not a goddamn katana. I see.
Swords and weapons allowed in the courtroom.
Weapons are
Fruit?
allowed in the court.
No. Mm-mm.
Yeah, okay, we're allowed weapons. We're allowed fish and chips.
Mm-hmm.
We are not allowed fruit. We're
No.
allowed wine as well.
Yes. We can
We can
get
have weapons, we
absolutely
can have wine.
sloshed in the courtroom, but
We can have fish and chips. But God forbid you pull out a fucking pear. Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering.
are they saying we're old? Like Ryunosuke's
Yeah,
old?
I think Ryunosuke is like 3 years younger than these guys.
How old is Ryunosuke?
We can check the court record, maybe. Is he a person there? No, he's not. Damn
That's
it.
so dumb. Put him in the court record.
Put him in the court record.
Okay, Susanoo's
Also, how is
16.
Susanoo only 16?
So are we like 17?
Maybe? I mean, we were a college student, so we could be as young as like 18 or 19.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane.
Your Honor.
Your Honor. We were just saying that you're doing so much better than every other judge in this series.
Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please?
I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow?
Obviously.
Obviously.
My lord,
Yes, Captain.
The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case.
Very well, Captain. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
Say no
Say
more.
no more.
A
A
skulkin's never skulkin'.
skulking.
That doesn't make sense.
No.
Like, a skulkin's never sulkin'. Like, that
I mean, just cause their last name is Skulkin doesn't mean that they do the skulking around.
is skulkin', like, actually a term?
I think so.
Oh, I
Here, I'm
didn't
looking
think
it
it
up
was
right
like
now.
a
What
word.
does skulking mean?
Also, the fact.
Skulking means to keep out of sight, typically with a sinister or cowardly motive,
Oh!
or just to move stealthily or furtively.
Oh, I thought that they were
Also,
just kinning as Papyrus and Sans.
well, I mean, what they could be saying is that's what they are. They are Sans and Papyrus kins, because they're saying that they're not skulking, as in they're not like sneaking around. So maybe that is why they're named that.
Also, I want to add, it's sort of telling that whenever they're like happy or something, they do a little dance. And there's somebody else on the
Yeah.
stand who seems to do a little funny dance whenever he's happy.
Ooh.
Ooh.
And now we can press them on this and just get them to tell more of the story, even though no one else in the court wants to hear it.
Hold it! I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business?
Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really.
Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what?
I feel like maybe the business name, because it does have like it's Milverton, right? Like, and that's the same name as the Mason guy.
Oh, right! That is true. I didn't even connect those two dots.
So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved?
Yeah, that's it.
Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton part come from?
Oh, right. I thought of clever clogs. Like you have worked.
Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel?
Hold it! Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject?
Because
Ooh.
well,
It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from.
It was his dad, right?
Oh, fuck. And he changed his name afterwards.
I love that they just have a pear and an apple. Why the fuck do they have those?
It's not a little snack for later.
Their pose is so funny, and it's not funny, but it's making me laugh just looking at them standing there with their fucking fruit. Put that shit away.
They just missed snack. They missed lunch. The fucking pear regenerated.
Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him.
The apple! They regenerate! They have infinite fruit! She took the name Graydon then, see?
But Ash will always be Milverton to us.
Milverton. So that used to be your surname, huh?
Of course not. This is all bunkum.
Bunkum.
I've been a Graydon since I was born.
Hey, can we get a little look at the initials that are on your little cane there, sir? Sir?
Ooh!
Because I'm pretty sure
Ooh.
it says AM on them.
Oh, fuck.
Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, Moa?
Your communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena these records, Mr. Graydon.
Oh,
Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable. For once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct?
very well. Yes.
So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton.
I was sure that the initials on his cane was gonna be a thing.
Yeah. Yeah, they kind of had to be eventually.
That information could change things, and it could turn out to be extremely important.
Okay, so then we can present that to his connection.
Yep, we got him.
All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although, all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Mr. Wendybank's. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGill did. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was so horribly murdered.
And who has a suspiciously similar last name to one we just heard.
If only there was a link between the two men somehow. I know, but it's not like we just updated the court record. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers.
All right. I have no relation with the man.
No relation
Okay.
at all.
And now we can present Susado's notes because they say that the name of
Yeah,
the
they
guy
say
who died.
his name is the same.
Yep. Kill
Objection!
the case notes.
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court?
Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me.
Hey, can I take a look at that cane you're holding right now? No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name.
Explain yourself, please, counsel.
I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And, as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with Mr. McGilded.
Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton.
Milverton? Do you mean to say that's a lie?
Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father?
I don't.
As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records.
Grr.
The truth is you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it to the McGilded in collaboration with your father. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth.
The truth, you say?
That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded.
By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel?
Yes, stealing information, being sent in secret government communications, and selling it to Mr. McGilded. Mr. Graydon concorded this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safe measure against the information falling into the wrong hands.
And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever.
But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end.
Yes, but before he was arrested, Mr. McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at Wendabanks 2 days ago. In an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there.
But that attempt failed.
One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So, that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time determined to recover the second disc.
Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box?
Eh?
We never knew nothing about that.
On the night that Mr. Wendabank was killed.
Yeah, you gotta cross your eyes.
The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone, the music box.
That was rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed.
So the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since If it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago?
Breakdown time. Here we go.
I refuse to accept any of this nonsense.
Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket.
He stuffed the fucking music box disc there. Because remember, he cut his finger on the first one.
What?
I thought it was from the bullet wound that he refused to show us.
Oh, it might be. That would make more sense. Never mind.
Ugh.
2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Wendabank's pawnbrokery. God is on my side and he's making you bleed.
What a fucking line to hear a lawyer say to you in a courtroom.
I know we all agree that praying is cheating, but between you and me, I prayed before court today. One took the life of the pawnbroker
Be a
himself.
lawyer. You're using the secret prayer strats.
One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it?
He's got you now, my old China.
Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon.
Tisk. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember, and I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust someone common. Oh, to trust some common, backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Wendabanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilden. As God is my witness, I shall too pray in court. I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort.
He's not going down without a fight, and now he's praying too. A fight between God. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact.
Which is...
Imagine if he got struck by lightning at that moment.
With God as my witness.
Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Wendabank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm.
Indeed it must. we can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself.
And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Wendebank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder.
Goodness!
That's right, Mr. Graydon.
Grr.
The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Wendebank that night is you!
God yelling down, "You're not affiliated with me!"
Hold it. Ha 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 ha. You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here.
What? What's that supposed to mean?
Oh, the gun's his cane. He's gonna shoot me.
Oh fuck! Oh fuck!
Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide that fact naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communications station. But did the thoughts never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility?
What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility?
The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, Herlock Scholes was the one that shot that man. This makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client.
What?
Are you suggesting?
I saw it all, even though I've lied about 30 times in this one cross-examination.
I mean, to be fair, the Skulkin brothers also lied, and then they kind of gave us the information that blew this case wide open.
I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor, defenseless pawnbroker and shot him.
You... What?
But haven't we already confirmed that she wasn't even in that room? She was in the other room.
I mean, she was in the room, but we have proven that, like, Mr. Windebank was not in the room at first whenever he got shot. He was, like, opening the door and going outside.
Right.
Order, order, order!
Well...
Well... It would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial.
Even the judge knows.
Even the judge knows. It's been long enough. Mr. Graydon.
Yes.
I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, we will execute you twice. You will have incriminated yourself as the killer.
Oh, I understand fully.
Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure.
All right.
While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. When Wendebank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over the wretched girl.
Oh, there was no blood on her when we found her.
Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
What?
Sir, that is the dumbest line that's the dumbest lie I've ever heard.
What peephole was big enough for the gun to go through?
Exactly.
Good
Like,
gracious!
sir.
This is quite extraordinary testimony, and I fully believe you.
I'm hot. I'm legally not allowed to lie.
You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger.
Wow.
I feel like at this point he's like, well, I'm probably going to jail anyways. I'm probably getting hanged anyways. Might as well take this innocent girl down with me.
Order! Order! Order!
It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation.
What the fuck? The truth.
Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Oh fuck, is he gonna support these lies?
Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood.
You say the blood splattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point?
Yeah, that doesn't even make sense. Why would the blood
Yeah.
go towards her if she's shooting straight?
I think that's why, like, everyone's calling him out, like, buddy, what you said is so obviously bullshit.
Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoats that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time.
Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here.
You would better fucking drink that, please. It's the finale. It's the finale, please. Show some mercy. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord.
What?
Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. Oh, so when we were using the Herlock-Sholmes method earlier, it was all bullshit and not science. But now whenever some other guy thinks it up, all of a sudden, we can use that as fucking evidence, no problem.
Herlock-Sholmes put his whole pussy into that invention. You're gonna
He
show
did.
him respect.
Exactly! You will show Mr. Sholmes and his pussy respect! So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. His whole what? His whole pussy!
We said what we said.
There's nothing dubious about Early's work. His ideas are all sound.
Well, Iris, well... one.
Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission.
God damn it!
Die! Die!
We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Runo. Why not? Well, we know, don't we? That there's blood all over
Oh
the
my
front
God.
of Ginny's coat.
Right, because that's the same coat that McGilded wore as he was murdering the guy.
Yeah.
Fuck.
But Herlock's invention will show that it's not Wenda Banks.
Yeah, but they won't give a shit.
If they test it with their chemicals. Oh, help! You're right! I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot you.
Yep.
But that's not Mr. Wendabank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood, from when he was stabbed by Mr. McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution.
Overruled. Overruled. Lord Van Sykes, make it so at once.
With pleasure, my lord.
And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
So we have to get him to confess to the fucking crime before that coat comes back.
Yeah. Fuck.
Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be...
Counsel!
Yes, my lord.
Your cross-examination!
Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial.
All right.
Just in case there's like a time thing.
Yeah.
I doubt it, but... Is there anything we can, like, do right now?
I mean... Wait, but we also... Wait, can we go to the evidence real quick? Yeah, so... Because we had the map, like the floor plan. Because we did prove that he was probably in the door, like, when he got shot.
Yeah.
But I don't know... Because he's saying that the guy went back in. Unless, is there a way that we can kind of see the door to the storeroom better? Because he's also saying that the guy just, like, fucking put a whole-ass gun through the people. Okay, wait, I guess there is kind of like a window sort of thing in the door. So that might be what he's referring to. Well, no, it's because like when you look at it, there's like a little square near the top of the door.
Hmm.
You can't see it there, but if you go to the other picture, you can kind of see it.
Oh.
Yeah, so see, underneath the curtain, like right under where it says 1:30 a.m., you can see there's kind of like a square.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, see, there's that line there.
I see.
So that's probably what he was talking about. But wait a minute. Wait, no. We found Gina with the gun, didn't we?
Yeah!
She was holding the gun, so he couldn't, like, she couldn't have pushed that back through. Right, wait, no, go back to the first gun. Gun belongs to the victim, Mr. Winnebank, that Gina was holding when she was found unconscious.
But he says a third gun was found.
It's true, but then again, it's like Gina was holding that gun specifically.
Yeah, so why would she push
So-
the other one through?
Yeah, and also, like, why, like, first off, why go through that whole rigmarole? Secondly, like, if she had the option to not hold a gun, why was she found holding a different gun?
Yeah.
There it is.
I'm gonna
She did
press
not
it
toss the
first.
gun out of the people.
Hold it. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room.
That's right. After the broker fell on the floor, she started walking over.
Over where exactly?
In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on the side of the door.
But why on earth would she do such a thing?
I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place.
So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime?
Yes, it was yours truly.
Can I see it?
No.
No. I left the clear up. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left.
Clear up.
Clear up! Fuck, I sounded normal for a second.
We can't have that!
We'd made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistling Flute here told us to tidy up.
He thinks he's a bloomin' mom sometimes.
Well, I was paying you enough, by God.
Ugh.
Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you?
Oh?
What the fuck are
Oh,
you
fuck,
two doing?
What's going on here? What is happening here?
He wants him to be his boyfriend and not Eggert's.
Excuse me?
Excuse me! Could you leave your relationship drama outside of the courtroom?
Gentlemen, I get that Nash is very hot and sexy. He has a very nice jawline. But relax.
I don't know if you can call that a jaw line. That's more like a jaw, like just shape.
A jaw brick.
A jaw brick.
This animation is a choice.
This is a choice. Something wrong, Sunshine?
That should be my line. You, do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin.
Blimey, this D's a bit of an hooligan, isn't he?
What was going on just now?
You saw him. He grabbed me whistle. Don't. Why the blazes? He said, didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station?
And why didn't you?
'Cause we didn't know nothing about it. Or that flaming peephole in the door.
Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are ya?
Oh, blimey. See the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies.
Everybody on
He's
the
your
stand is
brother.
in love.
That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone.
No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. I'm normal.
What are you talking about? I'm just eating my fish and chips.
What are you feeling, Runo?
As much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in his testimony at the moment.
But you have to find a way to break this man. Man.
And quickly, too, because once they discovered the blood on the overcoat Gina was wearing...
It's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself about seeing the blood splatter over Ginny's coat.
We could have given Iris the
Fucking minging.
voice.
Oh, fuck, you're right, we could've!
Man. There's
Man, we're gonna have to do that in the sequel.
some dimension out there. We did it.
There is. It's not this one. That's the better timeline.
Yeah, one of the many universes out there in the Valkyrie Nova universe.
Yeah.
Cheers for 3 more years.
We'll finally be done with both Great Ace Attorney games by New Year's Day 2023. Or 2030. 2030. Fucking...
Time's just a construct. It's not real. So you don't have to worry about that.
It does strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you hadn't genuinely seen it happen.
But we know that Gina didn't shoot Mr. Wendebank, so what's going on?
All I know is that it's very unfair. Why should some German scientist's test be acceptable as evidence when mine and Early's wasn't? I'm going to shoot them.
Never mind that. I have to find a really stark inconsistency in this testimony somewhere. I have to find it before the prosecution discovers the bloodstain on Gina's coat.
Alright. I do think my theory about us, like, the bright piece of evidence being the gun, that's my best guess at the moment. I feel like I'm right. I'm probably wrong, but I think I'm right. Because she was found holding a gun, so why would she toss a gun and then hold a different one when she was found.
Let's see. Let's see.
Let's see.
Oops.
I hope I'm right.
Objection. The witness list statement.
No! Are you kidding? God damn it, I really thought I was onto something there. Maybe we just have to press all of the statements, because we only did the last one so far.
That's true.
Hold it! Mr. Wendebank emerged from the storeroom, I believe.
Ringo and Nash were scoring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close.
I've never been so scared in all my life.
Yeah, we're just your regular, mild-mannered burglars. That's all. We don't like violence.
Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance of the shop?
I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items.
Looking for the music box, of course.
The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong.
I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter.
A very funny mental image.
So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper.
The pair of you setting upon the poor, defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you! So,
Sorry, Gov.
sorry, Gov.
Wendebank threw Nash over the counter. I felt the sharp arm.
Hold it. You mean that's the moment you were shot?
Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot.
And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you.
So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later.
Did Mr. Windebank intend to shoot you, do you think?
Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home.
When I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way.
And then he scampered through that door out back. At which point, what did you do?
Pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole.
Hold it! You mean you chased after him?
I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop.
And what about the peephole in the doorway you mentioned?
Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door's a solid job. Made of stout wood.
Are we gonna make him add this to his testimony, and then we can be like, hey, if you can't open the fucking door and there's no way to get through it, how did the gun get through?
That's true. That's true. Yeah, there we go. There's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's what in there from the outside.
Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night.
No, I guess there isn't glass.
And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? Not likely, Gov.
Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov.
I doubt these two buffos were even aware of the peephole's existence.
So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Wendebank take place.
Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there.
When I first started his line, I was doing Ryunosuke's voice, and I don't know if that sounded weird or not.
I genuinely could not tell.
Okay.
I think the voice changer masked most of it.
The defendant!
Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man.
And then what did you see next?
Used black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. But if he was trying to flee to safety, why was he facing the other way? Like, he fell forward.
And then he was shot in the back, so like, how the fuck does that work?
Maybe that's what we have. I have an idea.
Maybe?
I have an idea.
Oh, I think we might be thinking of the same thing. The floor plants?
Yeah. He wasn't running away. He was running into the room, and there was nowhere to escape through that room. Right?
Exactly. So there's no reason to run there to try to get to safety.
Objection! What the fuck?
It's gonna be that. They're gonna be like, can you prove that he was trying to leave? We'll press on that one and then they'll ask for it.
Yeah.
Hold it! Yes. When the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Wendebank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you.
Oh, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet for Wendebank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkiv's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun.
The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
She's like a 15-year-old.
Objection!
She's a pickpocket.
But no other gun was found at the scene. Can this guy show some evidence that there was a third gun? Why are we just believing
Yeah,
him?
really.
Follow yourself, counsel.
Sorry?
You must consider the events in order.
Huh?
At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back.
A chilling image, I must say.
But he wasn't running away, he was running into the room!
Yeah, exactly. Right, well,
Hold
this
it.
is the last one we haven't pressed.
All over her.
Yes. Through the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now. What with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood.
Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure.
But it's not Mr. Wendebank's blood, is it?
No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago.
It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Early's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately.
But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Father.
Oh, I guess we just had to go through everything and have the coat come back.
Oh no.
My lord.
Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
Explain yourself, officer.
I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord.
Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat.
Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel.
No, my lord.
Well, there you have it.
The report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. End the report.
Goodness me!
Where'd the brothers go? Where'd the brothers go? Where are they?
They teleported out.
See, what did I tell you?
Objection! No, the blood on the coat is not Mr. Wendebank's.
What on earth makes you say that, counsel?
The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Wendebank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on the overcoat is the blood of the brick maker from the omnibus case.
Objection. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend?
Sorry?
Oh, are we gonna get 2 in 1? We're gonna get 2 wine throws in 1 episode. Cool.
2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for Mr. McGilded's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer?
We already went over this.
We sure did. God damn it, sir.
Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country.
But that was...
I call it a bally disgrace. Treachery. That's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not. Even a stereoscope couldn't help to answer that problem, Pop-Out. It can't be done.
But... We used Mr. Sholmes...
Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I yelled out, Pirsky
Peroski?
to starving boy, and he ran away crying. What?
What does that mean, sir?
Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination.
Oh, right! Didn't we go over in like a previous stream that Van Zykes doesn't think that Sholmes is real?
That's true, that's true. He thinks he's just a fictional character.
Yeah!
His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all.
Oh, is Sholmes gonna show up and solve the case for us? Is
Oh,
that
I
what's
hope
about
so.
to happen here?
Because he hasn't really been a part of this case other than, like, being shot at the beginning.
Yeah, and then they did surgery on a Sholmes.
Yeah. How could you say that?
Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. I have never lied.
How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
As the witness said, the accused's coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. Therefore, this means that the man on the stand has never lied once in his entire life. The only way Mr. Graydon could have possibly known that fact is if he saw it happen. Or, and it's the fucking coat
Yeah,
that his dad's murderer wore, and he knew that.
In
Also,
other
blood just
words,
doesn't fucking work like that when you're being shot. I'm sorry. It doesn't.
No, it doesn't. Also, like, the report straight up says, like, oh yeah, this looks like it could have happened from, like, a gunshot wound. Like, no, we know that that's from a stabbing. People in the Victorian era were fucking stupid.
In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth.
My lord. Been a long battle, this one. But this old war horse has something to say now, if you please.
Mr. Foreman?
As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men. All for one now.
Sir.
Sir! Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Are we gonna do the whole, like, oh, consulting the jury thing again?
Summation examination or whatever the fuck it was called.
Yeah.
Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. I sure hope there isn't a defense attorney who's going to talk to all of the jurors.
Oh, thank fuck you actually drank it for once.
The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally unsuccessful.
And now you're gonna break it, aren't you, asshole? Okay, good.
Oh! I don't believe it. After it comes so far. How is it all unraveling on me so fast?
Is this gonna be Sholmes?
I think it's going to be.
How very distressing. I don't remember the fucking voice I used for him. I need to fucking remember how to do a British accent. Just a second.
Hello, governor.
Hello, governor. Jeez. It's all coming full circle. To be held in such low esteem.
Perfect.
Oh. Wait. Oh, it's Sholmes dressed up as the bailiff, isn't it?
He's the master of disguise, remember?
Yeah. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Officer, you've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you.
It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo. that Scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind.
I know that voice. Am I going mad? Ah! Mr. Sholmes?
What is the meaning of this?
Look at that pose, dude.
Order!
Nose!
Order! Order! I get that he's very sexy, but there has to be order.
What business do you have here, detective? Last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital.
Okay, so he knows that Sholmes is real. I think he just doesn't think that anything that Sholmes has done is real.
I also thought that you were a figment of my imagination.
I thought that they made you up. What the fuck are you doing here?
I thought you were the Melissa to my Mike.
No! Phrases that instantly cause psychic damage.
Even to the person who's saying them. Can somebody draw Van Zykes and Sholmes
No!
in the style of Mike and Melissa? Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you.
You can do that if you want, but no one will like it.
I'll like it. I'll retweet it on Blue Sky.
I will also retweet it on Blue Sky, but I won't be happy about it.
As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand?
Early, it's really you. You're awake at last.
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me.
Oh, we're gonna do the fucking detective dance thing.
Oh, for sure. It's gonna be the final one. It's gonna be so weird. We've never heard what his voice actually sounds like his canon voice. Same with like
That's true.
Ryunosuke and Van Zykes. If I go and like rewatch these cutscenes, it's gonna be so strange.
With their voices. Yeah, it will, because like Van Zykes has just been Snape to the both of us for like the last couple of years.
In what manner, sir?
Oh, I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. Oh, I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time?
What say you to this, Lord Van Zykes?
I don't know, sure. This trial has already taken many hours of the court's time. Having spent so long already.
Maybe even months. Hours that feel like months and months and months.
And months and months.
Exactly. Haven't spent so long already. We don't want to go wasting any more precious time.
As I was saying, having spent...
Wait, no, I'm not doing the Snape voice correctly.
As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes.
Eh?
Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes.
Awesome, thanks. He really was like,
This trial is so goddamn weird already. This might as well happen. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival.
Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now?
all right, I'm all wrong.
Sorry?
No, we knew that.
I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out.
Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Yeah, I've passed out before. It's not fun.
It's not. Especially when you hit your
It's
head on
not.
a wall. That's not fun.
Not when you hit your head on a wall. Not when it's at a live drawing class. And especially not when it's at your great-grandmother's funeral.
Oh.
Those are the 2 places I've passed out in my life.
Oh.
They are equally bad.
Luckily, I've only passed out once, and it was at home. I did smash my head against the wall, though. But that was fine.
No! That's no good. I'm lucky enough that I didn't, like, hit my head in either of the times, which is wild because the live drawing one, I was standing up. Like, I went from standing to on the floor. And
Yeah.
I did not hit my head.
And, like,
But
there was so much stuff around, too, that you could have.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because you were, like, right next to me when that happened, weren't you?
I was, like, right behind you, yeah.
Yeah! God damn it. Passing out in the middle of a live drawing class in front of all of your classmates and also in front of the nude model. And then getting wheeled out of there in a fucking wheelchair.
But now you get to have a cool story you get to talk about on stream.
It's true. It's true. Same with the other one. The other one, there was a funny moment to it because it happened like, because it was during like the church service for my great-grandmother after she passed away. All I had eaten that day was like a single slice of buttered bread at like 5:45 in the morning, and at this point it was like 1 in the afternoon.
Why?
We were doing that thing where like you kneel forwards. Well, it's because like, okay, so the wake, the church service, and the burial were all in the same day. The wake was set to start at 9 a.m. and me and my family lived 3 hours away. So we had to wake up at like 5 a.m., get ourselves ready, get out to the wake. And we had kind of just assumed, because a couple of the wakes that we'd been to before did have like some food there.
Hors d'oeuvres, yeah.
That there would be like something else for us to eat there. There was not. And then there was no time to get something to eat between the wake and the church service. So I'm fucking I'm sitting in this church. They also have the heat cranked up like super high in the church.
Oh, always.
I'm fucking hungry. They're doing the thing where you go from like standing to sitting to kneeling to standing back to kneeling. And while I'm kneeling, my vision just goes black. And I feel myself kind of fall over. And then when I like wake up, one of my uncles, who I call my uncle, he's just a cousin that's older than me. That's what my family did with cousins. It's just if they're older than you, they're an aunt or an uncle, to make this simpler. So one of my uncles was like, "Oh yeah, don't worry about it. I fell asleep in church all the time as a kid." And I was like, "That was not falling asleep, buddy. I don't know what the fuck just happened, because that was the first time I'd ever passed out." So, yeah, it's like, oh, and also, to answer I's chats, I think that it was less like, I don't know if it's normal for like wake, church service, and burial to be done all in the same day. I think it was done in this specific case because there were a lot of people who had to come out of town, and they wanted people to be able to come to like everything. So they just made it all the same day.
That makes sense.
But yeah, this also happened back in high school, so I don't remember all of the circumstances. But yeah, passing out is not fun, especially when it happens in rooms that are full of people that you know.
Luckily, I was by myself when I passed out, and then when I told my parents, they were like, "Shut up, go to bed!"
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So I just went to bed.
See, I feel like passing out alone is worse though, because at least in these circumstances, like there was someone around where if my
That's
head was
true.
about to hit something, like I could have been at least like caught and my head wouldn't have hit objects.
That's true. I
It's like,
remember hitting my
technically-
head. And then I woke up.
Damn.
But I live. I'm fine. I'm here.
Early!
Yeah.
Early, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. And no oversight on my part.
Right. Modesty? Surely not.
But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow.
What's that? A lavender Furoshiki wrapping?
A leaving present. From Miss Susato.
From Miss Susato?
If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor.
Oh, so Susato knew the whole time. She knew the
Yeah.
answer the whole time and was like, "No, we're gonna let him figure this out."
It'll be funny.
I don't understand.
One last prank before I leave.
Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe.
Would have been nice if she fucking told me.
She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions.
A leaving present. From Susato-san. Whatever could it be? Another gun! What is this?
Oh! It's the machine I made!
Oh!
Cat.
Look,
Oh, wait.
Look, I use this! It's my latest invention!
What is that?
I call it the cat flap mat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds.
Wait, what does this have to do with the case?
What's Susie up to?
Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant.
So it tears a
How does this
hole
help
into
us,
a door?
Sholmes?
Do you want me to shoot?
Do you want me to shoot Eggert over there?
What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judical assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes?
I don't fucking know. I was hoping you would. That night, when you left Windibanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose.
The fucking door.
Did she Did she use it to make the peephole?
She made the
oh
peephole.
my god, wait a minute! Because I noticed, go to the court record right now. Go to the court record right fucking now. Okay, go to the first picture of, like, Gina holding the gun at the guy. Look at the door.
There's no peephole. That's at 1 a.m.
There's no peephole. Now go to the next one. There it is. I thought it might have just been an oversight. That's why I didn't bring it up before.
Did you
Miss
read this?
Susto made use of this.
Sorry.
Huh?
Sorry, I asked if you had read this as soon as you started reading it.
I also could not remember if I had already read this. Miss Susto made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow.
Not at all cryptic then. Susato-san used this cat flap-o-mat that night. But why?
Did she go with Gina? Because she wanted to
She may
read the
have gone
book
with
too,
Gina.
because she's obsessed with the books. So
Yeah.
they used
'Cause I
the
think-
flap-o-mat.
Yeah, because if I remember correctly, I mean, it has been, like, probably half a year since the start of this case, but, like, I think I remember— oh, good, you're actually drinking it again. Good. Thank you. Are you kidding me, man? That just blew the fucking words out of my brain. God damn it. But, like, if I remember correctly, whenever Iris brought up that she had a manuscript that, like, Sholmes wouldn't let her publish, I think Susato even said something along the lines of, oh, I would love to read it someday.
I need to read it! Right now!
So she went with,
Your 5 minutes is over.
Sholmes passes out right now.
We're out of time already?
Oh, is he just gonna be on the stand now?
I guess so. He's gonna pass out here instead.
Oh, I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast.
Is it really? Are you sure about that?
The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile.
I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
the rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan?
The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end. Badly. My lord, the defense requests.
I think
Further
further
exam.
cross-examination.
Yeah. What can we present that to, though? Just the peephole thing?
Well, I think so, because if we do further cross-examination, and then we present the picture that shows that there wasn't a peephole in the door when the shooting took place.
But do we have to think, like, they don't know that there is no peephole in that first picture? Because I don't think Ryunosuke knows that yet. We, as the player, know.
That's true. That's true. I do think further cross-examination is all we can do, though, because it's like a summation examination, like, maybe, but the thing is that, like, that's clearly what the prosecution wants us to do, is the thing.
Yeah. We'll do a
And,
cross-examination. I'm sure we'll find something.
Further cross-examination.
Objection. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
Objection! The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, to continue with one of an existing witness.
What?
Is it gonna be Gina?
Either Gina or Eggs.
It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord,
We just saw this, right?
Yeah.
requesting your lordship's
Permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
He never
So technically the
finished.
cross-examination's not done yet.
Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objections, counsel?
No. So nobody can say anything then? If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon,
The court
Is obliged to allow it.
This is absurd.
Them's the rules.
Them's the rules.
I would remain those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity to conclude the cross-examination.
We get one chance.
One shot. One
One opportunity. Do not miss your chance to blow.
This opportunity comes once in a lifetime, yo.
you better!
Lose yourself.
Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony and put one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it.
So no pressing. You cannot press.
No pressing.
Yes.
A single chance to present evidence?
Imagine if in Ryunosuke's thoughts he just sounded like the judge.
If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move adjudication.
Adjudication.
Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witnesses any further.
My lord.
Yes, my lord.
Well, that means Van Zykes can't do fuck all, even if we do something.
Yeah. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. It's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands.
Why did he fall like that? That's not how someone faints. He was shot.
He fucking ragdolled! This game doesn't take place in Victorian England, it takes place in Gmod!
Bro was pushed. Gregson tripped him.
Hey, you can't prove nothing.
Mr. Schultz!
Yeah, he's just dead.
Bullet-induced fainting.
To stand so
Insouciantly?
before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling.
The second one.
I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers.
Because couldn't they, like, not put him to sleep because he was, like, resistant to...
Yeah.
Strike a man when he's down, why don't you?
Well then, Council, you are fully prepared.
Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susuno-san has given me. This is going
What are
to
you gonna
decide
do?
the
You're gonna
entire...
take the opportunity?
the
Or just
enti-
let it slip?
I'm going to take the opportunity to blow. This is going to
Hell
decide
yeah.
the entire outcome of the trial. How I blow this guy.
Very well then. Under the terms I have
Courage.
outlined,
Phrasing.
you may resume the cross-examination.
Hey, Ryunosuke, maybe you should say something else.
Do not miss your chance to blow, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, here this opportunity comes once in a lifetime, yo.
You better.
That was the little skulkin.
I got that! Shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though.
Is that it? We have to save.
Oh yeah, we gotta save. Absolutely.
Because it could be the other
Like,
one,
we're
too.
gonna get it wrong.
It could be her throwing it through, right?
Exactly. Now, the question is, do we do the picture of the door, or do we do the cat flapper map?
Ooh! Those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything.
They're good, aren't they? They're made of special alloy I developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second, so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all.
And what are the two parts at the top there?
Oh, those are for attaching hinges to the section of door that gets cut out.
Right, of course.
Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of
I was gonna say Minecraft.
mincemeat of even the toughest of doors.
It can turn any door into the video game Minecraft.
What's Minecraft? It sounds so charming and friendly when you say that. It's for. Say what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the cat flappomat is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction.
Wagahai's so adorable, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons.
Very accurate to cat owners.
Yeah.
I can say that because I am one.
Okay. Let's save one more time since we saw that, even though it won't change anything. But maybe it will.
Just to be safe. Just to be safe.
We can't give up our perfect run. We cannot do it.
We can't. Even
was
if we have to
evidence.
save scum all to hell to do it. Okay, maybe
Objection!
we got it right on the first try?
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Council?
Oh, it's my cat flappomat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of, and it makes a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners.
I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves.
Oh!
Oh!
I liked the fun music that they had playing.
Yeah.
But the cat lovers. Contrivance has no
Contrivance.
possible relevance to this case.
Oh, really?
Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door.
Are you sure about that?
Are you sure about that?
Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it would help if I described this function another way then. Like, making a cat door somewhere. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in particularly no time at all.
I beg your pardon. A peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Wendebank had taken place.
That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes.
Yes, the 3 of us were together. And it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom.
That is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake?
Yes, how could you?
What?
Counsel, kindly say what you mean.
All right, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through.
What? No.
Oh, the brothers are back. They teleported back in. They just had a snack and now they're back.
This is a farce. Are you suggesting that the peephole in the door was...
Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device.
Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions?
Yeah, that's probably why she fled back to Japan.
That is
I mean, no, she fled back to Japan because her dad is sick, but, like, also
Oh, yeah,
this.
that's true.
That is the most serious act of vandalism.
Which I humbly apologize for, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes, much like the hole created by this gun.
Yeah!
Explain yourself, counsel!
The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door.
Yes, a filthy girl shooting the man in the back.
However, if at the time of the incident that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies.
Order! Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection. None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize.
Exactly. This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me.
I'm afraid not, sir.
Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door?
Do you want
We
to
can
find
test it
out?
right now, buddy.
Oh, yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
Haha, I had a feeling you'd say that. How about I use it on your stomach?
What?
Waggy, cooey, time for dinner.
Oh, you already used it.
Well,
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey.
I'm not done yet. Don't worry. This doesn't
Not
mean
done lying yet.
that the people in the storeroom door at Wendibanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was.
no, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps my cat flapomat creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the peephole at Wendibanks are the exact match. Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you.
And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home.
We're gonna have to show the picture.
We're gonna have
Well-
to show the pictures.
Yeah, that's true.
And then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts.
I have a picture.
For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer.
Oh!
That's okay, we can prove it.
Yeah, it has a timestamp on it.
What is the
Yeah.
purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zykes?
It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof.
But there is, though. Let me speak.
And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
No, I got proof, though.
Well, we have proof though.
It is all farce. My acting.
Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zykes. Well, counsel?
Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Sasuno-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world.
Very well, the counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim. Proof that the peephole in the door in Wendibanks storeroom was created after the events and not before.
But just in case,
We
'cause
have
this game
photographs.
has screwed us over before.
That's true. That's true.
Oh, I passed it.
Pre-shooting
one.
photograph. No, not that one. Not that one. This one, the photograph of Gina. Because it doesn't show the hole in the door and it's at 1 a.m.
Right.
Because the other one has the hole in the door. This one doesn't.
Take that!
What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again.
My judicial assistant, Miss Sasuno Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof.
the necessary proof is this photographic print, Counsel.
This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premise. Seize.
Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker.
But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see that print again. I don't believe it! This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description.
Hard.
Mr. Graydon,
Ugh.
you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crimes as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies.
Die.
Die!
Order! Order! I am satisfied that the defense has sustained its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. It was all farts.
That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt.
Cause yeah, Van Zykes even said, hey, if you turn out to be lying, you're pretty much going to be. Oh wait, no, he's going a different direction. Cause Van Zykes even said to the guy straight up, like, hey, if your testimony turns out to be false, like you're probably gonna be the one who did it. That's where I thought he was going with this.
My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene.
Yeah, but she's not here anymore, so... Oh well.
Yeah, she's in Japan. What the fuck are you gonna do to her?
But more importantly...
Good lord, there's more Van Zykes!
This is a bucket.
Dear God!
There's more.
No!
The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Yes, that's right.
What?
I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. That's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I'm the victim.
No, please, no! I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now.
Iris?
You know what they say. There's no
Lies beget more lies.
point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Bruno? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another.
I knew that line was gonna come up at some point.
No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right.
Oh, Vester's here.
Oh, hello, Vesta.
Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense.
Make no sense. What do you mean by such a remark?
What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements.
That there were 3 guns, right?
What?
The thing he knows that he shouldn't know is
Objection.
that there's 3 guns?
Maybe?
And this is provocative talk, counsel. My cat could also get out from in front of my face, please, Vesta. Please. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency.
Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known about. Namely,
Wait, the bloodstains on the coat. Or the people. Honestly, all 3 of these could be real. I mean, the 3rd gun could just be a theory, is the thing. Like, he
Then-
could have just, like, pulled that out of his ass.
Maybe it's the people, because he shouldn't have been there? Like,
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because, like, he was only there for the incident, he said, and yet he knows about the peephole that was formed whenever, like, Ryunosuke was chasing after the Skulkin brothers. Well, the thing is, he was right about the bloodstains on the coat is the thing. That's why I think it's
Yeah.
that, because, like, he was correct, is the thing.
but we haven't proved
Then again-
that that came from not her shooting, right?
Well, okay, we haven't, like, proven that, but the thing is that, like, it's weird that he was so on point with the bloodstains on the coat whenever he wasn't there for the McGilded murder, and then he
couldn't have
apparently wasn't
seen-
a part.
Right. Because if he couldn't have
Yeah.
seen, how does he know that there's bloodstains on the coat because there was no peephole?
I mean, there's that, and there's also the fact that, like, I mean, I guess he could have known about the bloodstains on the coat just from, like, inferring it as the thing, though. Because, like, he could have been like, okay, this is the coat that McGilded was wearing when my dad got shanked. It's probably got blood on it. Probably got blood on the front of it.
Let's
So maybe
see what
it is the
happens.
peephole.
Let's see what happens with the coat.
Yeah, let's try it.
the bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat.
That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him.
But how could you have possibly known that?
Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the...
The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing.
You're not making any sense.
Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door?
What? Well, obviously Oh,
Has the cat got your tongue, witness?
The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windybanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Yeah. Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have my officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable. Inexplicable.
Objection. And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door.
How on earth is that possible?
Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zykes?
Speak, Inspector.
I've been telling him every aspect of this case because I just thought he was a handsome, cool guy.
I was trying to become boyfriend number 3. I hope you don't mind. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report.
Oh, he knows that he is screwed.
There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you.
Permission denied.
Oh.
It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes.
Is this we get, what was his fucking name? The detective guy from Japan, Hosanaga?
Oh my
Is
god,
this how we
could
get
you
Hosanaga
imagine?
back in the story?
I miss him so much. I miss
Gregson
my
goes
boy.
to jail. Yeah, like what the fuck happened to him? I need proof that he didn't die of tuberculosis or some shit. We haven't seen him since the boat.
Some say he might even still be on the boat.
Of course, sir.
Mr. Graydon, you shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else. Somebody who might be on the stand. Somebody who might have an affinity for fish and chips.
Ah, fuck.
Objection. Stop there, my learned friend. You realize I trust that the words you just uttered have some extremely serious implications.
Yep. But the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there really is only one person that it could be.
Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave us witness details of the crime scene and elicited his false testimony?
Well,
Maybe because they were like whispering to each other like schoolgirls in the back of the class at one point.
Take that! The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
me?
Objection. You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend.
Considering the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learnt of it only during the course of the trial today.
Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station.
And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court.
Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder.
You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin.
Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is a bloomin' outrage! Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Have you forgotten that?
He's involved too, probably.
Oh,
Quite
probably.
true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery.
Which means... the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand where such illicit discussions couldn't have possibly occurred.
But they
Except
totally
they did.
fucking
We-
did!
We saw it happen, man!
Oh, I just remembered something, Bruno. What is it, Iris? There was one time... there was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying? Oh yeah, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony.
Yeah, they were talking.
I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information you needed then.
You little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke?
Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain, but perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense.
What deal, Counsel?
I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the peephole in the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector.
The second music box disc?
Oh, 100%.
I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of
Malfeasance? Well,
Objection. It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty.
Dude, just let me win. I don't do that.
But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim.
Evidence?
Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal.
Here we go.
If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it! Bruno, do you think it could be? Yeah. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle.
I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness?
Is it the music box or the disc?
maybe the music box, because they already had the one disc. Because I don't think, like, we don't have a second disc to show them.
Yeah.
Take that! Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case?
What? Are you getting that now, Sunshine?
Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice?
How in the bleeding Nora could you?
We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Wendabanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case.
You little...
Harder!
At this point, the entire stand gets arrested.
On the day of the incident,
Everyone's a liar.
when we met you at Wendabanks, you said this.
I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So I hand it over. No, don't! Don't give it to him! That's mine, it is mine! I'm sorry, miss. Anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now.
Scotland Yard's already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets.
My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry and do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush.
And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume? Because you knew it contained highly confidential information.
Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all.
Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony?
There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between those 2 men.
Oh.
Objection. If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom.
Well,
Wait,
yeah,
what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Why are you allowed to make claims like that and I'm not?
Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective.
What? He is?
What's that supposed to mean, eh?
As a seasoned policeman, the investigator would have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on taking the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand.
Oh, gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc already on his person?
Yes!
Yes!
The defense
I've never
demands.
seen that before!
The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely.
immediately! They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector,
I'd prefer if you didn't. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement. And I'll happily submit to a body search.
It's up his ass! What? He's going to agree to it?
I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service, this trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded.
That sounds serious.
Really?
Please submit to a strip search, or a body search will be fine.
indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
Is he just bluffing to hope that I'll get too scared?
Maybe.
You're just threatening Runo because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences.
It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement or something over something so crucial. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here.
Very well, Counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time.
Yes, my lord.
Do you still informally request a search of the
Wait.
inspector?
Search someone else.
He put it on the brother when he was shaking him.
You're right! He passed it along because he knew something like this might happen.
Yep.
Yes, the defense formally demands the search to be conducted.
Well,
Don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good.
The only one learning the lesson today is you, buddy.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I got nothing to hide. Look, the
Yeah.
two brothers are even back on the stand now.
You don't have anything to hide.
very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effect.
Objection!
Oh.
The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson.
What?
Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me.
Mm-mm.
No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, Sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Be quiet.
Be
all.
quiet, all of you. I don't know who this is.
Be quiet, all of you! Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and have the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
It's not just stealing things and putting them in museums?
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words.
Is this like the first time the judge has been like, we love the defense counsel?
It might be. It might be. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord.
If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc at this moment. There's only one person it can be.
Counsel, of whom do you request to search?
I know who it is.
Do we risk?
I know who it is.
No backtracks.
Luigi of this pair.
We can risk the perfect run with no save.
We can risk it. No save. It's all or nothing, baby.
Take that! Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Well, I never!
Him?
Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Hold it, please, my lord.
Inspector!
Scotland Yard, has to object to this search.
Objection.
They're so cute together.
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object.
But Lord Van Zykes!
I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial.
Oh, why did I read that?
Bailiff, carry out the search!
Now, hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. There it is.
Good lord, that's...
Another music box disc.
I don't know nothing about it. Nothing.
That is the second music box disc, left behind by Magnus McGilden. Is it not, Inspector Gregson?
Order! Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for this?
Gordon Bennett. I mean, just Gordon Flamin' Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc, honest to God.
Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no?
Without question, my lord.
Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment.
I don't recall. What unusual behavior?
It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
I admit to nothing of the sort.
Well, Mr. Graydon answered my questions. The inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently.
Yeah, he did it all. Thought me noggin was going to fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was.
And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me whistle like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? That's what he said. He yelled it right down my ear, all he did. The head's still throbbing now.
The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc.
Well, bless my wig, he hid it.
You.
But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is the court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence.
Because he was trying to hide it.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
Why ever not?
As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions.
My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry. And do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush.
Hush, hush. A top secret assignment.
As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if any information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector?
I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question.
So, realizing there was a chance you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
What does this mean?
He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him, to slip the second disc into his pocket.
So it was all a pretense. It was all farts. Well now, Inspector Gregson. And you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal?
No, we're gonna make this go on for another hour and a half.
You better fucking not! We've labeled this the final episode!
Oh no.
Admit to it. Yours truly, please.
Mr. Graydon, I will kill you.
Clearly, our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection!
Objection! We
But-
have the fucking second disc! How do we have that if not from you?
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the people?
I'm under no obligation to explain.
He really went, my sources, I made it the fuck up in the middle of court.
What? What?
Now I know that sounds bad. Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of this is about.
You... What?
Now I know that
Go on
sounds
for another
bad.
hour and a half, baby.
Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc?
Nah. Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interests of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions.
This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary
Tumultuousness?
tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, it is abundance of any further evidence to be presented. Absence, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings.
Well now, as a fellow servant of the Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me.
Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is highly skilled operator stop, currently in presence of idle stop. Detective was very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say.
I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are... What? I know this looks bad. They're going to believe Gregson if they declare their decision now.
Is Ginny going to be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Wendebank or stole those government secrets. Or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness.
Well then, why don't we just play both the music discs right now in the middle of the courtroom?
Yeah.
Well then,
Just throw them in there.
I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decision, no? This is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court.
Like, can we actually, like... No, we can't see the other disc.
We don't have the
Okay.
second music box, but... or the second music disc, but...
If I let the judge call on the juror to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty.
So there's no choice then, Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them.
And please let this be done soon, because at like 10:30 I actually have to leave. Like, I can't
really.
stay longer than that.
The cats told me last stream that we had like one more thing to answer and then the game was done.
Yeah,
This-
from the sounds of it, like, I thought that we had like maybe 2 hours of court left.
That's what the cats told me.
This is it now. It all comes down to this. We've said
We've
this.
heard that like 3 times already.
Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon?
Okay, we need to save here. Because I'm gonna say Gregson and then the music box.
Inspector Gregson?
That's what I'm leaning towards, because if we are like, okay, well, if this has nothing to
But
do
it's
with the
something-
case, and this, you know,
They specifically say something that we have not shown.
is it
new-
Iris's story?
They say new evidence.
Oh, is the Hound of the Baskervilles, like, related to this somehow? Like, maybe it shows a case where Inspector Gregson, like, already did something along these lines?
Maybe?
It's a great story. Release forbidden me to publish it.
Strange.
Strange, isn't it? Perhaps spelled with the title. So Mr. Sholmes is a family friend of someone who has that name or something.
What?
All right,
is-
well, I don't know if that's it.
Strong heart. It's like, is his last name Baskerville?
Yeah, I really, like, the Gregson thing is the only thing I can think to do.
Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see.
Okay, should we present the story to him?
I think it's the story.
It has to be.
If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly.
Yeah, read the full story. Read the full story!
Well, go on.
This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal he clearly struck with Graydon.
Like, it's gotta be the story because it's not come up in the case once so far. I think you're onto something here.
I think so.
Take that!
What on earth is this, Counsel?
Irrefutable proof, my lord, of the corrupt dealings that went on between these two men.
Uh-oh.
Or perhaps irrefutable proof of the corrupt workings of my learned friend's mind.
No!
No!
Really, Counsel, at this stage of the proceedings, I would have expected a more considered argument.
All right, well,
I thought I was so big-brained.
to be honest, I did too, because it's like, okay, well, what the fuck else could it be? I mean, maybe it's not actually new evidence. Maybe it's just... Okay, wait. Can we look at... Oh, wait. Look at, the manila envelope beside the blood samples portfolio. Because there is a zoom in button. Like, maybe there's...
The paperwork signed
Something
by Gina
here?
to put me in charge of her defense.
Yeah, like, examine it. Maybe there's something here? Representation. Okay, no, nothing there.
It's my armband.
I'm a lawyer. It means I'm right. Oh, it has Kazuma's name in it.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, the only thing I can think of is the fucking music box.
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGilded's peculiar music box, Counsel?
Yes, with a disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time,
With both discs.
with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well.
For this disc, Counsel?
Hold it! No! Wait! I can't let you do that!
Why not?
Because, well... Because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why.
An objection! Not true, Inspector!
Eh?
The defense has already proposed that the sound heard by the court earlier from the music box
were from the Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
Crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason.
Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness?
You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Objection! I don't fucking care! Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court. And all because...
I don't fucking care.
And all because by fair means or foul, you determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine.
Don't you dare.
I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Fuck Britain!
All right.
My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by the music box.
Come on, Van Zykes, for Pete's sake, stop him.
No.
Yeah!
Look at my foot. Look at...
For free!
Well, yeah, like they didn't have OnlyFans back then. You couldn't sell feet pics.
They didn't
We live in
know.
a better time, I think.
Inspector, you should know my methods by now.
Putting your fucking foot on the desk? I mean, yeah, we know that method.
Did we mention this last time? Is there like a boots off mod for this game asking for a friend?
I feel like we have asked this question before.
I'm a prosecutor. I am no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul.
Better fucking drink that. Now! Get them grippers, mod 100th assassin, say something else.
No, keep saying it until somebody makes it.
Very well, the defense stands
That has to exist.
here, and that of the prosecution have been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen to the music boxes set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously.
Get dunked on, dude.
Oh, listen to that.
It's unmistakable now.
It's Morse code.
It's Morse.
Hold it.
Oh,
All right, I admit it, whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up. And we win a case through basically blackmail.
Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector?
I'm fucked up and evil now.
Yeah, I did it. I did.
Stop. What are you doing, man?
It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal.
Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up.
Shut up.
Hey,
I think
you
this
there.
might be, yeah, that's eggs.
You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me, at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or, information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed.
I couldn't let that information become public knowledge. Not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat.
By giving false testimony, the witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to felicitate the witness's perjury. Facilitate.
I did. Then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm being perfectly honest.
Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Wendebank.
You.
Oh shit!
Traitor.
Oh fuck! Is no one gonna stop this?
Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once!
Thank God!
That was crazy.
That was crazy.
That's it then. It's all over.
And then there's gonna be a wait, there's more!
The end.
Oh no, please, I wanna go to bed!
Game? Shut up.
I despised my life growing up.
Oh.
Oh no, I think this is eggs.
I despise my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole.
And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. I'm not going to have you arrested.
But then you decided to try and sell government secrets. Why?
Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded.
Alright, let me see if I can do my shitty Irish accent again. You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now.
I was to steal the Ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the Ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task.
The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb.
But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing.
And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable.
By using the music box.
My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child.
Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton.
That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier.
Ooh, I like this art style.
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh?
But he was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made.
Music box discs, eh?
A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are two, actually.
I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft.
That's how I had him make the two discs.
Thereby splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed.
It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas.
So what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of the deal the exchange of the second disc?
Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money.
But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself?
When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with Mr. McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious, and when he did, he said to me,
Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it. Understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore.
That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climbing into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I've asked him to make. You never knew. It's like, I never know why everything went so... I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home.
Damn, that's fucked up, actually.
I think Graydon's my favorite character now.
It was only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. So, after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge.
Revenge?
That's right, I fucking killed him.
Oh, this has gone on so long. The only way to get through it anymore is to get drunk, as anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine. McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial.
I used my stand to set that omnibus on fire.
And the crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. And that trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish.
My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all.
I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then. So, I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that.
Are you saying that?
I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved.
You're the one who set him ablaze.
That tragic incident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly.
Well, you didn't have to confess to that part. Like,
Yeah,
that's
you could have
not
just
related to anything.
You could have just kept that an inside thought.
I mean, I appreciate the conclusiveness to all of this, but also, like, I mean, I guess you're dead anyways for the treason thing, so you know what? Whatever. It's kind of like grandmas admitting to fucking killing their husbands on their deathbed. It's like, what are you gonna do at this point?
Hi, Manji.
Manji.
Was caused by this man? This hot man?
Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom.
Is this him?
What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself.
So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again.
That's right. An imposter. Hired by me.
I was about to say I don't have my Among Us buttons on my soundboard anymore, and I was gonna be so sad. I'm so glad that you have one.
McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to
Adulterate?
adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, once my sham policeman ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell.
Can I shake your hand?
An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death.
A spine-chilling account indeed. Can I shake your hand?
But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see.
A loose end? Obviously! Obviously, Ryunosuke, the
Yeah.
fucking discs!
The fucking discs.
End the fucking game.
End the game, please. Please, we have 8 minutes.
Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded.
Ah, yes. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago, clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime.
When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them.
Well, look at that now. It's an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man.
What's this? Windibank's pawnbrokery.
Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give her name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I've put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will.
I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before.
You're not, Mr. Graydon. London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one's is like an extremely secure vault.
I like that they were like, we've made Eggman way too hot. We can't have him be completely evil.
So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to somebody.
Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Wendibank's that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for?
From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline.
And he was absolutely right.
And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to Wendibank's to redeem the articles, and unfortunately she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing.
Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier.
But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion.
Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved.
Inspector, you've recovered fast.
My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fella's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard. We had to keep it as quiet as we could.
Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did.
So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers.
What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles.
And the second disc was inside?
Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened.
What are you doing in my shop? Bang.
A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm.
The broker fired his gun, and the bullets pierced your limb.
Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. Unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge.
Sorry, Storytale.
It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. That's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Wendibanks on that wretched night. You can arrest me and my two boyfriends now.
Man, now I'm getting arrested and I'm not even the third boyfriend. Damn, this sucks.
Confetti?
Confetti? Confetti time now, please?
Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder.
Poor,
I'm gonna miss
poor
the Skulkin
Ashley.
brothers. Can we keep them around? They can
Ashley's
just be little mascots.
Ashley is up there with Acro for me.
That's fair.
Didn't do anything wrong.
What?
Okay, well, they both did kill someone is the thing.
Didn't do anything wrong.
What's tragic irony, or what you have done, is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. It's really true what they say. You either die a hero or live to see yourself become the villain.
Yes, I think I have.
Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial.
You're fucking telling me, buddy!
However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon?
So yes, sir, he's gonna be killed in the morning. Fuck. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windibank. And the stealing of government secrets. And then we're gonna take him out back and shoot him like Old Yeller.
Not for the murder of Mr. McGilded, though.
Nope. Nah, he was right on the money with that one, but the other ones, yeah, sorry, we can't let him live after that. We have to take him out back and shoot him like a lame horse.
Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. You will be put to death.
Alright, well, I'll head out back.
To the electric
Yes,
chair
my lord.
with you.
Of course. Ah, fuck.
It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. For that, you will receive the electric chair. And that fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Hence why we are bringing out the electric chair.
We're going to do it right now. In front of this live audience. Woo!
This is what they call the after party.
Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Ah, yeah?
It is time for the final adjudication.
Adjudication.
Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, sir. Garrett Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. Finally, it feels like we've been here for months. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decision to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty. Not guilty.
Awesome! That's the stuff. I'm off the hook.
Even though I actually did it.
Finally, Bruno, you finally managed to do it.
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet.
Eh? What? What are you looking at me like that for?
You just said that you were the one that actually did it.
Oh god, that's right, I did, didn't I?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider.
Eh?
2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windibank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems.
Eh? I never done nothing of the sort.
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. And just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box discs contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly the most unexpected revelation, counsel.
Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard.
I think that's like the 5th glass of wine that he has poured so far. He has taken a sip out of one of them.
Yeah.
In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom.
Oh yeah, we did kind of do that, huh?
Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done, so,
I may say something on that point.
Isn't that...
If I may say something to that point, it's, about the sounds produced by the music box before? I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all.
What? What are you saying, madam?
Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels. Are you an otaku?
But I must say that, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless serious of two different tones.
Typo in the visual novel. Get their asses.
What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all?
All of that. Over
My-
nothing.
My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again.
Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell ya? Those discs contain minstrel secrets, sunshine.
This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. We know McGilden conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further.
Ugh, but it's really going to bother me.
This is for the second game.
Miss
Yeah,
Lestrade!
this is a sequel hook. Yeah, my lord?
That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing.
Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity.
An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums.
I beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes.
Gina.
But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you gotta start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Until the next game.
She's gonna be the next Maya. She's just accused of murder once every Great Ace Attorney game.
Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Wendebank, proprietor of the pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty!
Not guilty! Fuck yes!
Confetti! Yippee!
We probably shouldn't be firing off fireworks in here.
What about guns,
thanks,
though?
Gina. Thanks, Gina.
Oh, actual fireworks. Cool, cool, cool.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
And now we're probably gonna have like 15 minutes of dialogue after this. Please, I need to go to bed.
As soon as it
Tomorrow
ends.
is like the one day of work that I absolutely, like, every week, Monday is the one day of work that I need to be well rested for at this point. Like, I literally have almost 7 hours of driving ahead of me tomorrow. Please.
As soon as it ends,
On a
the stream ends.
Yes, exactly. Like, I cannot stay any later. I was supposed to be getting ready for bed, like, right now.
On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend.
Oh!
Despite being...
You really have to say it like that? Okay, fine. One more character that I voice being racist! But for the road!
Despite being an Ipanese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures.
I don't think there's anything curious about it.
Huh?
Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan. We're all humans. We're not so very different on the inside.
You know, I took this case for one very simple reason.
Oh, I thought you were like the only prosecutor in Britain, actually.
No. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom.
You did?
When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed.
Oh, you have a tragic backstory to explain why you're racist. Okay.
Through you, I had hoped to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand.
Do you think it was her boyfriend?
No. He was like new at being a lawyer. If anything, what if it was Sasudo's dad?
Oh.
Because remember, Dr. Watson also went over to Japan.
You mentioned something earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly?
You're going to have to wait for the next game to get my tragic backstory. Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not.
I'm gonna be frozen because my phone died.
Okay. I think the stream is also frozen for me is the problem. Like, I can't see the... Okay, there we go, it's back.
All right then. I'll wait for that day if I must.
Thank you!
Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Valley, and my retirement from service 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose.
You gave me hope at the last second!
So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow. Until we meet again.
Okay, I gotta go, dude. I gotta finish this game now.
And now we're gonna be out in the courtroom, and we're gonna be talking for like another 10 minutes. And then they're gonna do the epilogue, and it's gonna be another 10 minutes.
No. We'll just power through. No tangents, no nothing. Just game. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to?
Oh, I am still here.
Oh, congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent.
Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me. Right up to the end. I did kill that guy, though. Your resort is your name.
What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I?
No one ever has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean. Properly.
That's awful.
I figured something out today. All me life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down.
Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, you trust. Your trust is rewarded. There's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson.
Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though.
I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure.
Eh? For crying out loud, pack it in! But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright.
Thanks.
Esta, I know I'm 2 hours late for dinner. Please get away from the screen.
This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself.
After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be?
Pardon the interruption. I'm assuming this is Sholmes.
I am also assuming it's shown.
Yeah, it's Sholmes! What the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? I like how the other bailiff turned to look at him. I thought that guy was just part of the background, to be honest.
That voice!
It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along, I would have said when you finally noticed me. What, you people, with your incessant bluffing? That's what I'm saying. Mr. Sholmes. Yes, it was me all along. You see?
What was the point of that?
He's just being quirky.
I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest.
Because of my joke earlier, I read that as... I read that you'd been taken out back earlier. Fuck.
Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again.
Oh.
You need to stop doing that.
I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence.
How very above board.
But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly reward, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you.
Oh, thanks.
Some great detective you are. Afraid of being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel.
Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes?
Thanks, Sholmes.
And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little... precarious.
Oh yeah, she's gonna die, right?
Well done,
Yeah.
Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest.
Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Cause anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway. Is that
Well,
it?
I mean, the cum book guy is still alive, as far as we know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Cumbook Guy is alive.
The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGill did, in fact.
But, like, someone else made that happen.
Yeah.
Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Then why did you bring it up? Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs.
Him upstairs? You mean like God? Are you praying in court? That's not allowed.
Yeah, no, that's cheating.
It's
Yeah,
cheating.
him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. Yeah, some cubs like that bog trotter would all rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve.
I suppose that's one way to look at it. It'll be crazy when you wind up dead in the next game. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another.
Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't got scared. I got principles, see? A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oi, just give it a rest, all right? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal is very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina, by dabbing. Well,
There you are, Hurley! How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Iris, my dear, I do so apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguised. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon.
I'm sorry, Early, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
I'll be careful.
Ouch.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Jenny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you?
Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All of them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bog trotter stuff. What was in lug? Blah blah blah.
Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense.
What? Diving ain't an offense. It's a job, isn't it?
I don't think so.
Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto?
Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket either.
Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them.
That's a wonderful idea, Gina. And I'm sure you can do it. What is it?
Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once.
Gets set ablaze.
Right. Well, looks like I'm off then.
Yes, goodbye, Gina, and good luck.
Odo,
Yes? Are you going to shoot? Are you going to shoot me? Ah! What was that for?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so
So you
I'm going to
kill
shoot
me?
you. Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Eh? On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh,
Oh, yes, it's good advice, Ginny.
right. I see. Well,
We don't have time for this pointed silence.
thanks, Odo.
You know, without that hat on, you sort of look like the girl that killed my boyfriend.
Thank you for everything what you've done, for believing in me.
Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina.
This is a cute moment. I really wish that I wasn't in such a rush to go.
Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again.
Well, well, quite the indomitable purse.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and there's trials all over the front page. Pickpockets, innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Not again.
Well, what do you say, Runo Early?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first.
Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
All right then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort.
All right then, what's the bad news?
The boat that Miss Susudo-san was on sunk. The huge storm has...
that might be where this is going.
The huge storm has left the seas very choppy.
Oh my god.
The channel in particular is awful, so sailing out of Dover has been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Sussy off.
But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky.
Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo?
Mr. Holmes?
I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole.
The great detective does it again.
Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles.
What?
I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily delayed on the locomotive. Elementary.
Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are you waiting for then? To London, Victoria.
The end. But it's not.
And now we get a scene with Susato.
Maybe it's gonna be like the first game and it'll just be a picture of her walking away crying. It won't take that long.
That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated.
Yeah, it did!
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Okay, I can do like 5 more minutes and then I have
Where
to
are
leave.
you?
I am so fucking sorry.
No, that's okay.
Like, I can't.
Over there, look. It looks like she's reading something.
Manji, do you know if this is gonna be like an hour?
Hold it! Miss Susano, wait, what are you doing?
Manji, please, like, I will straight up be like, hey, we can do, like, a fucking 20-minute stream tomorrow just to wrap this up, but no, I actually have to go to bed, like, right this second. Like I said, I have, like, 7 hours of driving to do tomorrow, and I get very anxious about not getting enough sleep sometimes. Like, this game is getting to be a legitimate problem.
Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here?
I'm so sorry to rush you along like this. I
No,
didn't
that's
know it would
okay.
be this long.
I didn't know either. Literally, the cat pictures said you have to present one thing and the game's over, so that was a fucking lie.
We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard the sailings.
Is it long? Okay, it looks like it's long.
Is it long? Okay, then, yeah, in that case, tomorrow night, maybe at around, like, but before your stream starts, it'll take a fair while longer than 5 minutes. Okay, yeah, no, I can't.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Like, going until 9:30 I thought was already gonna be, like, maybe a little late. And then it's just, it keeps going.
I can't believe the cat pictures fucking lied.
Yeah, who would do that? Go on the internet and tell lies? I mean, we can make the next stream, like, the epilogue.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's go
Yeah.
Here.
But yeah, tomorrow we'll do like a 20-minute stream or however long.
Yes, exactly.
We'll finish up the game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
To be
we'll
honest,
take
if I
a
had known
look
that
at
this
some
ending section would have
highlights.
taken so long, like, if I knew that the part after the trial would take so long, I would have actually said earlier, like, hey, maybe we can just, like, do this as its own, like, epilogue stream tomorrow.
Yeah, that would have been smart, actually. I should have thought
I
about that.
didn't think of it, though, because, like, the end of the first Great Ace Attorney was, like, oh, yeah, like, we have, like, maybe 5 more minutes of dialogue, and then we get the credits.
Yeah, we're all in the courtroom and we take a picture together. Like, we could have done that. But nope.
Oh, well. Nah, it's all good. We can just do, like, a little epilogue tomorrow. That's fine.
Yeah, maybe we'll look at, like, a highlight video of the stage play if it's, like, not super long. Or
Yeah,
something.
if it's, like, 15 minutes or something, then... Great Ace Attorney, more like Great Ace Eternity.
Yeah, really?
Oh, no. It's like, I genuinely did enjoy that last case, though.
Yeah, it was really, really good.
It was so good, and it tied everything together. It was great. There's a very good reason one of the biggest criticism of the Great Ace Attorney is the pacing being glacial at points.
Yeah. They really say things over and over and over and over and over again.
They do. It's like, I do legitimately enjoy this game. It's just the circumstances.
Yeah, 100%.
The circumstances are not good for this tonight.
But yeah, we will see you all tomorrow, 6
Yes.
o'clock p.m. EST. Everybody be safe, have fun, don't get revenge, I guess, is the lesson we learned. And we'll see you all
I think that's the
tomorrow.
lesson.
Bye-bye!
Bye!